Hello everyone. Today we'll be creating today we'll be doing our primary tasks again. And yeah, we'll just start with our primary tasks, begin today because right now I'm like really in a rush. Not in a rush, but like just doing like creating something right now. And I have to do it immediately. So yeah, it might take time, but I can do it. This best piece of business is that made me millions. The reason for selection. This one isn't clickbait. It's pure distilled business wisdom. It covers specific teachable topics like focus, mindset, imposter syndrome, networking, and meaningful metric. Those are exact skills people will pay to learn deeply. The format already lists clear steps and segments so we can expand this exact content into something with structure instead of forcing a product out of a ramble interview chat. This drives audience. I'm just like reading this what's called ChatGPT and what I just saw of it. This drives audience demand clarity of lessons and product marketability because business learners want framework, not free form conversation. Recommended product B. Product type: workbook or planner. Product name: The Millionaire Dollar Mindset Workbook. Lesson from Diary of CEO. A hands-on guided workbook that turns the core lesson that turns the core lesson from a six-best piece of business advice video into an actionable exercise lesson video into an actionable exercise or planners. Reflection prompts are inspiring entrepreneurs transform insight into real results instead of nodding along. C. Product structure. Clarify your vision focus. Break down and exercise on where to spend your time, how to set meaningful business goals, and how to cut distractions. This mirrors the video first lesson on direction and priority. Section 2: Build confidence, overcome barrier. Practical prompt to confront imposter syndrome and plan outreach strategies. This worksheet that moves someone from I'm scared to do to specific action exactly what the video teases doesn't turn into work. Metric, meaning and daily habits. Tools to track meaningful indicators of progress and daily set checks check-ins to mirror the habits of successful founders. This turns the idea of what gets you out of bed into a repeatable system. This workbook isn't fluff. It's the teachable core of the video maps to be step people can use every day. Here's how you turn podcast episode into something paying, worth paying for. syntax structure. So C plus piece. Oh, let me just talk to it.
Interested in it. If you like fitness, cooking, and investing, great. If you like it, chances are there are thousands of people online also interested in it as well. So let's go with something that's already proven. Productivity is absolutely exploding. So for today's example, let's use it. Now here's where most people fail. They see what's popular online, but then they have this limiting belief in their mind that goes, but I'm not an expert. Watch how AI completely destroys that problem forever. I'm going to open up ChatGPT here, and I'm going to type I see productivity tips are trending, so help me create a specific ebook concept that solves a real problem through remote. Workers. Narrow down the audience and key pain points. Now look at this response. Start making moves with hosting as sale. Claim your .co.uk or .com domain for 36 months and pay only 1 penny. Quick one. The Diary of a CEO Live, my live show, my live reincarnation of this podcast, is coming on tour, and it's coming to a city near you. There's a link in the description below. Put your email address in.
Yeah,
I
so
will
this is how
email
you
you when
explain
tickets go on sale.
This
Come
best.
and see it.
What the?
I get so many questions from all of you guys in my DMs, in the comment section on
What?
YouTube, everywhere.
This guy said,
There's a link in the description below. Put your email address in, and I will email you when tickets go on sale. Can't wait to see it. I get so many questions from all of you guys in my DMs, in the comment section on YouTube, everywhere. So I want to try something new. I'm going to can focus on multiple things, and that's really the trajectory I've taken in my life. I, at 18 years old, focused on one thing, one business idea, and really nothing else. And when I say nothing else, I also mean a lot of personal things were sacrificed. I focused on that for about 7 years in total. That business became a success. I now have resources to allocate against multiple things that I want to do, which frees up more time, so I can start companies now and not even be the CEO of these businesses. But when you're starting out in life, in your career, that's not a luxury you have. So my advice for young people would be to do everything in your power to focus. In business, what we do is we operate in sprints, which means when you have an idea, you assemble a team around it and you focus them for a dedicated and predetermined period of time, say 3 months or 6 months, only on that idea to give it its best possible chance of success. And after those 6 months, you assess it and you make very brutal, very honest, very ego-free decisions whether to continue or not. That's how I like to think about focus and projects and how to make the decisions around allocating the time. What you really should do if you want to give an idea its best possible chance of success, if you want to give DJing your best possible chance of success, or writing that book, or becoming a content creator, is you should look at the task and dedicate the next 6 months to doing that and only that. If you allocate time to other things in that period, you're reducing the chance of a positive outcome for that one thing. And I tend to see as well, especially young entrepreneurs, when they have multiple businesses and multiple things they're pursuing and multiple things they're trying to master at the same time, as the phrase goes, they become the master of none, which means they kind of stumble through life, never really achieving any real substantive success because they've spent all of their life trying things in a half-assed, timid way. If you want to be successful, if you want to get mastery in anything that matters to you, here's where discipline really, really matters. You have to install into your mind something I call the someday shelf, which is inspiration comes to you. You have a new idea when you're walking down the street or in the shower. You think, that's brilliant. That will be a multi-gazillion-dollar idea. We will do it. If you want to be successful, don't then add it into your successful idea. Don't then try and contend with 2 different ideas and give 50% to each. Put it on the someday shelf and see if it nags you. The great ideas will sit there on that someday shelf and they will nag you. And if it nags you for long enough, 6 months, for a year, then maybe it's time to take action. But my mind has a someday shelf on it that has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things on it. And if something sits there for more than a year, more than 6 months, and it's still screaming at me, and it doesn't dissolve away and collect dust on the someday shelf and disappear into the back, then I pull it forward and I put a plan in place to give it the sprint it deserves, to resource that idea and give it its best possible chance of success.
Hiya Stephen, my name's Chloe and my question to you is, what do you believe to be the most important character trait that a person has to possess in order to achieve a hugely successful business? I would love to know.
In terms of character traits to build really successful businesses, I kind of think of it in stages, and I think of it in stages of the business's life. The question here is about the character traits. It's not about skills or talent or resources, it's about character. So at the very start of launching your company, the most important character trait is self-belief, is believing that you can. Because businesses, they feel like Mount Everest at your doorstep, and they look like incredibly daunting tasks that you typically don't have a ton of experience in overcoming, right? You've never climbed Mount Everest before, you don't have the resources, you don't know how to get up there, you don't have the experience to rely on. So there has to be somewhat an extreme level of delusion / self-belief to even want to start doing something you've never done before. And then when it comes to creating really innovative things, you're bringing something into the world that even the world hasn't seen. So that's where having a belief that this thing can exist and having that self-belief is also incredibly important. This is just kind of the inception point of the business. And when you go out into the world and you start telling people about your amazing business idea and how successful you think you're going to be and that you're going to be able to change the world in some type of way or solve a problem in a new way, you're going to get tons of positive feedback from your friends maybe, but also a ton of resistance. Whenever one of my friends starts a company, they ask me for one piece of advice, I always say the same thing. I say there's going to become a day in your company where things are just awful, where it's so unbelievably painful. I've never seen it not happen. So I can say it with such a high degree of conviction that it is going to happen to you. So let's not argue about how we stop it happening, because it'll find you at some point. Let's start thinking now about what it takes to overcome that day. It requires a ton of resilience. It requires a ton of self-belief. It requires a certain temperament where someone defaults to logic and reason and not emotion, because when emotion arises on that day, then your decision-making will go down and you'll make really bad, poor decisions that often exacerbate the problem. But the first encounter of the 35 packages of bullshit will build evidence that you can overcome, and I think that will compound in your favor over time. I think self-belief and resilience are probably the number one and number two character traits of anybody that wants to be wildly successful in business. And then, quite honestly, everything else is that side of character traits. I mean, of course it matters to be really, really nice. Of course it does. That's a fact that will increase your probability of success. Of course it matters to be, have a great sense of humor. But I think those two are at the very core of what it takes to be successful, especially when you're a starter. And then everything beyond that is quite often luck. It's quite often outside of your control, especially in industries like technology and when you're building products, because the question then becomes, okay, I was resilient, I had belief, but does the market care? And is there product market fit? Do people want to use my website, my social network, my app? Do they want to use my product that I've invented? And that's somewhat outside of your...
Which one? Because
Marketing is easy. This one even said we should get some fancy cookie pop-up.
And we respect people's choices. Preposterous. Obviously, she hasn't seen our ROI lately.
If you want to run a business like that, you don't need CookieBot. Our cookie banner helps you collect and manage user consent, so you can stay compliant and build brand trust. Start for free.
JobLogic has many useful tools. One of the most useful tools for myself using this and my team, the compliance side, is using the SOR library. This is actually enabling us to send out information in transparent format, reducing chase calls to discuss issues because of the transparency of the SORs and the costs associated with a particular task.
For 7 years, I was working undercover as a spy, and I needed to know how to manipulate, how to live and operate without ever being detected, and how to collect secrets. Okay, I've got so many questions.
Andrew Bustamante.
He's a former CIA officer
Who uses spy skills
To teach anyone how to master their mind, talents, and potential in business and everyday life.
When I left CIA, I realized that I could use CIA skills to succeed in business. But one of the first things you should want to learn is how do I know if I'm being lied to. As an example, bad liars, that is one of the biggest tells of an unskilled liar. Next, people have four motivations: reward, ideology, coercion, and ego. And if you can speak to somebody through the lens of their ideology, you can get them to do incredible things.
Perception versus perspective. What's that?
90% of the people out there, they're all trapped in their own perception and thinking emotionally. Their emotions are very likely wrong. So CIA trains us to recognize and distrust our perception. And there's two really quick things that you can do. Next, SATRAT. Acronym. And all of our marketing, all of our human interaction falls into the same SATRAT process that I learned at CIA, because the human condition is so predictable. So SATRAT stands for systems, and it's the reason my company has grown 300% every year for the last 3 years.
I want to know more. Was there any situations where you felt your life was at risk? What do you think about what's going on at the moment with geopolitics? Do you think we're already engaged in a form of World War III? And then why are you going to try and leave America in 2027? It's absolutely crazy to me that so many of you have decided to watch our show, and so many of you have decided to subscribe to our show. We now have 5 million subscribers on YouTube, which is a number that I just can't comprehend, and it's a dream that I absolutely never could have had. We started the Diary of a CEO just over 3 years ago now, and in my wildest expectations, we might have had 100,000 subscribers by now. So you can imagine how shocked I am that so many of you have chosen to tune into these conversations every week, and spend some time with us. So thank you. And I made a deal with you. I made a deal that if you subscribe to this show, that we would continue to raise the bar. And in 2024, we're going to raise the bar like never before. I've been working for the last 9 months on a surprise for all of you that have subscribed to this show, and I'm very excited to deliver that for you. The production's going to change. We're going to go even further with our guests, and we're going to tell even more global stories. So as always, if you appreciate what we're doing here, the simple, free favour I'll ask from you is to hit the subscribe button. Let's get on with the episode. Andrew, you're well known for your time in the CIA because people are so intrigued by it. How long were you in the CIA?
I was actually in the CIA for a comparatively short period. I was only in for 7 years. Many people make a 30 or more year career out of CIA. So it was really quite a small blip in terms of my overall life. I wore the U.S. military uniform for 7 years before that as well. So 14 years total spent in service to the United States.
And what is the CIA?
So the CIA is the United States' foreign intelligence collection platform. Their primary agency deemed with collecting foreign secrets that have any kind of impact in American national security. So if you think about it, there are multiple what's called intelligence agencies in what's known as the intelligence community, or the IC. CIA is just one of those 36-ish community members in the IC. However, it is the one charged with centralizing all of the intelligence collected, hence the Central Intelligence Agency. So it's the hub in a large wheel of intelligence collection.
Is that what a spy is? Is it the same thing as being a spy?
So I'll geek out with you a little bit here, because terminology is really very important. So there are spies, and spy is a vernacular that's used in common conversation that doesn't really have a definition in terms of the intelligence or espionage profession. You have handlers, you have assets in terms of traditional espionage. Handlers are officers who collect intelligence. Assets are foreigners who provide intelligence to the handler. So a CIA officer or an MI6 officer, a Mossad officer, an MSS officer, depending on the country, these are officers who collect secrets. They are therefore handlers.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the people who provide them secrets are considered assets. Traditionally speaking, when you talk about a spy, some people think a spy is an asset or a handler. Either someone who provides information or someone who collects information.
Okay.
And the term spy is just confusing enough that oftentimes people will project their own opinions on top of that word because they don't understand the real nuance of espionage.
So I thought of a spy as someone that goes to another country and collects information secretly and then sends it back to the country they came from.
So technically that is an intelligence operative,
okay,
or an intelligence officer, also known as an operator, or in media, an operative. Sometimes it's also called an agent. right? An intelligence agent. These are all kind of terms that get nebulous, but what you're describing is a trained intelligence officer. No matter what country you're in, whether you're in, it doesn't matter what intelligence profession you're in either, and there are multiple types of intelligence. There's human intelligence, signals intelligence, measurements intelligence. Anybody who travels to collect secrets on behalf of their country is an intelligence officer.
Is that what you were?
That's what I was.
You started a company after leaving the CIA called Everyday Spy.
Correct.
For someone that's just clicked on this podcast now, who's trying to understand the value that they're going to get from you by understanding the work that you do at Everyday Spy, what are they going to get from this conversation?
This conversation is designed for me, to be able to explain how spy skills have a very real value in breaking everyday barriers. And that's the mission of my company at Everyday Spy. We use spy education to break barriers, social barriers, financial barriers, educational barriers, cultural barriers, language barriers. If there's a barrier in life, I've made it my mission in my company to break that barrier using a proven real-world skill or technique from espionage.
And what sort of means is that to what end? So if I'm, the average Joe listening to this now, when you say break barriers, what are those barriers that I'm going to be able to break in my life?
So I intentionally use the term breaking barriers because we all have different barriers. What the reality of life is that we all come into barriers that are similar, but we come into those barriers at different times. For some people, there's a barrier in income that they're born into. For other people, the barrier that they're born into is that they don't have a father. For other people, they come into a financial barrier when they're 18 and they have to leave home. Some people don't ever know financial barriers, but they do know educational barriers because they suffer from dyslexia or they suffer from ADHD. There are people who have barriers that are due to anxiety. The reality is there's really 12 or so barriers that we will all experience in our life, but we will experience them at different times. For some of us, it won't happen until we become parents. For others, it happens as soon as we hit adulthood. The idea is that CIA is extremely familiar with barriers. And what they teach us as officers going through their training programs is not just the details of tradecraft, but it's really to understand that any barrier that we as individuals face, they can get us through. But we can also predict barriers other people will run into. And if you know somebody else's barrier and you understand their barrier better than they do, when you help them through that barrier, they will tell you secrets.
They will tell me secrets. As part of your training to become a CIA officer, you must have learned how to manipulate people. That seems to me, from what I know of spies, pretty foundational to what it is to be a successful spy, to get information from someone else. In this conversation today, are we going to learn how, through your training, you were taught to get information from people and make them do what you wanted them to do?
Yes, and I'll be very frank here. I try to exercise something called radical transparency. If you want to manipulate people, you will learn that from this conversation. If you want to manipulate people, I will teach you how to manipulate people. In just a simple conversation, you can learn those skills. But the thing to understand that's the most important is that whether you want to manipulate or not, others are manipulating you. Just because you don't know what they're doing, right? The problem with being an intelligence operator is that to achieve the things you have to achieve, you sometimes have to do things that you don't want to do. In being a business owner, what I've discovered is that many business owners struggle because they feel like they have to do things they don't want to do. They feel like they have to be sleazy. They feel like they have to be tricky. They feel like they have to mimic, shyster, bad guy business owners, right? The flip side, if you think of a coin, one side of that coin is manipulation. And that coin has value. Manipulation has value. But the other side of the same coin is motivation. If you can get people to do what they want to do, then you have motivated them. And that is worth just as much as getting people to do what you want them to do, which is manipulating.
We'll get into all of that, but I want to understand where you came from, because I think this is quite pertinent to both your work as a CIA officer, but also there's really interesting sort of psychological elements to why the CIA chose you that are deep within your childhood story. Going right back to the beginning of your life, What is the most important context we need to understand you?
I think the most important thing to understand from my childhood is that I was raised by my mom. My father died. My father was killed before I was born. He died in a violent crime in California. I didn't know him ever, and my mom had to start life with a newborn son, not just as a single mom, but also as the single mom of a man who was killed in a crime. So it was my mom and my grandma that raised me from very young. My mom is a woman of color. She's Latina. My father was American Indian. So there was an element of racial diversity in 1980 when I was born that also kind of played a role in all of that. And the reason that that's important is not because of what happened in the past. It's because from that foundation, my mom married a Caucasian man who became my stepdad, who became my adopted father as well. And I had to kind of learn how to come of age, or literally come of age, in a household where I didn't know my father. I had a stepdad who was Caucasian with two half-sisters who were Caucasian. And my stepdad's whole goal was to just pull my mom as far away from her roots as possible because he didn't want to deal with all the drama that comes from being part of a Catholic Latin family. And my mom was all for that, but nevertheless, like that was the kind of soup that I came out of.
What were the needs that were going unmet in your life at that point?
You do not.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. You just need GoDaddy Arrow. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert at looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything you need to grow a business. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. GoDaddy Arrow will take your idea that sounds good and make a business that looks like you know what you're doing. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Arrow. That's GoDaddy.com/AIRO.
You do not ask easy questions, man. So, I was not. I did not feel loved. Growing up, I did not feel loved. My mother loved me, and I know logically and rationally that she loved me. But my mother was a cold woman. She was focused on career success. She was focused on feminism. She was focused on other things. I as an adult now, my sisters and I often reflect on the fact that we think our mom was the kind of woman that didn't want to be a mom. But it was expected of her to be a mom, so therefore she became a mom. So there wasn't a lot of love, there wasn't a lot of emotional support. There was plenty of academic support, and it was always hard because the academic support came, I think, as a way of making sure that they didn't have to provide the other support. Because if you have an academically successful student who turns 18, they can get the fuck out of the house and you can have your life back. And I think that was the mission for my mom, was just academic success, academic success. Be successful so I don't have to take care of you because I'm not really good at this whole hugging, loving thing. And I just want you gone. So I feel like that was my mom. My dad and my mom, I think, had a marriage that was based in a common set of objectives, more so than shared love. And they were just kind of pursuing those objectives. And I was fortunate because from that, I was cultivated to be a hardworking academic success. And that led to a full ride scholarship, and that led to, success in other parts of life. But for sure, it left behind a trail of always wondering who loves me in my family. Is love even important in a family? Does it matter, or am I being too focused on this whole love thing? As an example, I tell this story because it's totally normal to me, but a lot of other people find it surprising. There was a day where my mom pulled me aside. I was having an argument with my stepdad, and I went to my mom looking for support, and I asked her to support me. I was like, do you love me? Right? Do you love me, or do you love Dad more? And she looked at me and she was like, of course I love your dad more than I love you. Because you're my son, I have to love you. You were born to me. I must love you. But it's a choice to love your dad. So I have to love him more because it's a choice. And for me, I will never forget that conversation. I'll never forget the look on my mom's face. It was so simple and so academic and so clear to her. And it's never been something I could ever actually accept. And even now, as a husband and a father myself, I don't understand how that was logically sound to her. I don't know how you could ever actually prioritize who you love.
All of that, as you said, as the resulted in your academic success and your focus and all of those kinds of things, but at what cost?
I mean, it makes you kind of fucked up, man. It makes you feel like, first of all, it makes you feel like your secrets are justified. It makes you feel like you must have secrets because there's nobody that you can talk to about certain things. I remember for many years, you can't take your love life to mom and dad. You can't tell them the girl that you think is cute. You can't talk to them about not getting picked to go to the prom dance or anything like that. You can't talk about that with them because they don't care. And you can't trust your sisters. You can't trust your mom. You can't trust your dad. You can't trust people in your own house. So because you can't trust them and because you can't take certain things to them, you must keep secrets. And since you must keep secrets, you must be allowed to keep secrets. There must be secrets that are totally acceptable that they are also keeping from you. So I grew up in a world where secrets were something that was very normal. And then from that, you start to learn that if secrets are normal, then lying must also be normal and totally acceptable. So there's a level of sociopathy that develops when you feel like you're on your own. And that's something that most people out there who are loners, who have grown up in that world, they learn to understand that there are certain elements of social behavior that are not culturally acceptable, but as long as you don't talk about them, you can practice them. So that's a big part of what I learned personally was that secrets, how to keep secrets, that secrets are normal, how to lie without being caught, and more importantly that there is a very real difference between the people who are raised in a world where they trust people, they trust others, and because they trust others, they have a built-in vulnerability, a built-in deficiency of compared to the people who are raised in a world where they don't trust others. Because when you're raised in a world where you don't trust, you can always learn to trust. But when you're raised in a world where you trust first, it's very difficult to train that person to know when to not trust someone else.
How do you feel about that wiring that you have because of that experience?
I mean, it's sad. I'm doing everything in my power to not wire my children the same way that I was wired. So I do believe that there is a faulty wiring that happened. But at the same time, it's been very valuable to me. It's been very productive and valuable in terms of what I've been able to experience, what I've been able to see and do financially, economically, relationally. I benefit and value, and this is a big challenge that I have, is as much as I sit here telling friends, and like I'm telling you, secrets, because this is what happens. We tell people secrets when they trust you. When I share with you the challenges of growing up, it's important to me that I don't sound like I'm complaining or whining, because I had a fantastic foundation for success after that. But I defined success in all the ways that I was trained to define success. Financially, economically, empirically, not based on how I feel internally.
Have you had to do a lot of work to counteract the potential consequences of that wiring as you become an adult and a father and all of those things? It's something I think about a lot. I think I've got my own pretty fucked up wiring, and I'm scared now because I'm on the footsteps of becoming a dad myself. You know, I'm with a partner, been with her for 4 years. We're talking about kids right now, and I think, Jesus Christ, like, you almost can foresee that there's a really high possibility I'm going to fuck up as a dad because my brain is wired towards like validation and career success, and I'm a bit of a workaholic. And so, have you had to do a lot of work on that?
Absolutely. So the first thing I'll say is you will fuck up as a dad. We will all fuck up as parents. The question is, how big will we fuck them? And I'm working very hard to make sure that the way that I fuck up my kids is in small ways that they can fix in small ways. But I already know, like, the sins of the father pass on. So I'm just trying to minimize what I pass on that's negative and maximize what I pass on that's positive. The additional layer that is unique to myself and all professional intelligence officers is that when we are recruited into intelligence service, specifically when CIA recruits field operators, it's fairly transparent. They tell you that you were recruited because you are a little fucked up. They tell you that you were recruited because of a certain psychological profile that makes it so that you pragmatically view things like secrets and lies. There's a few different terms. We call it moral flexibility. Depending on the situation, there are some things that I would deem immoral, but to do them in a different situation is totally acceptable. And that's just something that I'm wired to be, that's been wired in me since I was a kid, but CIA understands how to take advantage of that, how to use that in a way that benefits American national security. There's also an element of high performance that comes from being wired a certain way. So there is a tie between childhood trauma and high performance. It's a well-known, it's a documented connection, but CIA has learned, as has MI6 and Mossad and all the other intelligence services of the world, they've learned that when you train someone who has just the right amount of childhood trauma high performance, when you get your hands on them at the right time in the right period of their life, they can be trained to become extremely loyal, highly productive field operators that end up spending 30 plus years in service to their nation.
When did they get their hands on you?
They recruited me when I was 27 years old, coming out of the military in 2007. I was looking for whatever the next step was going to be, and that was when I was approached by a CIA recruiter.
I heard that you've got a pop-up on your computer screen.
Yeah, back in the day, I was actually applying. I was a nuclear missile officer for the CIA, I was a nuclear missile officer for the Air Force. And the nuclear missile officer in the Air Force controls nuclear ICBMs. So I wore the little ring.
Wait. What's a nuclear ICBM?
So a nuclear ICBM is a nuclear intercontinental ballistic missile. So the large missiles that carry nuclear warheads for mutually assured destruction, nuclear war type of stuff.
So you controlled the nuclear missiles?
I was half of who controlled them. I wore one ring, somebody else wore a different ring, and that was how a nuclear missile got launched.
What does the ring do?
So the ring is a key. On the end of it is a key, and when you get a nuclear code that comes in, the code you put it into an old school computer system, and the two of you take your key ring and you insert it into the silo operating system, and then you turn in unison, and when you turn in unison, it launches the nuclear weapon.
How did you get yourself to the point in life at 27 years old where you're holding a nuclear key around your neck?
I would love to say it was a series of good decisions, but it wasn't. I did what I was told. That's how I got there. I did what I was told when I was in high school, and I got good grades. And then my mom told me that the best school of all the universities that chose me, the best school I should go to is the Air Force Academy. So then I accepted a full ride scholarship to the United States Air Force Academy, where I did what I was told, and I graduated as a lieutenant, and then I followed what the Air Force told me to do from there. And they told me to learn how to fly, and then they told me that they needed me to work in nuclear and space weapons instead. So then I went to that school, and I did well at that school, and I ended up just kind of climbing the ladder. I did what I was told, and then one day I found myself 100 feet underground, miserable. It's a horrible job.
Why?
So in 2007, when I was a nuclear missile officer, you sit in a launch control capsule, an LCC, that sits 100 feet underground, and you sit there on a 72-hour shift with one other person, the other person who holds the other key. And then you are one nuclear crew of maybe 30 different nuclear crews who are all on deployment at the same time. So at any given time, in one Air Force base, there's 60-ish people underground for 72 hours at a time. And in a different missile base, there'll be a different 60 people underground. And your whole job is just to sit there and wait for a nuclear war to break out. And obviously nuclear war hasn't broken out, and hopefully it never will break out. So as you sit there underground, not seeing sunlight, and as you sit there in a capsule with one other person that you very rarely ever like, you have a lot of time to reflect on what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? I'm a redundancy of a scenario that we all are working very hard to make sure never happens. Is this a productive life? Like, am I making a difference? Am I leaving a mark in history, sitting here, not launching missiles, waiting for a message to come in that I already know isn't going to lead to nuclear war? It's a very difficult and thankless job that even right now, as you and I are having this conversation, there are some 200 Americans sitting underground doing that exact job. And that's just in the United States. Every country that has nuclear weapons is doing the same thing.
If an order had come in that instructed you to launch a nuclear weapon, would you have done it?
Absolutely. That's what you do. The other thing that's important to understand is we're redundancies of redundancies. So we don't know if an order says to launch nuclear weapons. We just know that an order comes in that says to insert the keys and turn them. And if it's a valid order that comes in, then the machine will let us insert our keys, we will turn our keys, and then the machine will do what the machine does. Sometimes that order that's coming in is saying launch nuclear missiles. Sometimes that order that's coming in is just a drill to make sure that the two people in the capsule turn their keys.
Oh, really? So you never know the difference?
We're just a redundancy of a redundancy, man.
It seems hard to me to understand how someone would stay in that job for a long period of time. So they must have like really high attrition.
They have shockingly low attrition
That's absolutely
because they do such a good job of psychologically identifying the right people for that job.
Were they scouting you, do you think, from a very early age to eventually go into the CIA?
No, I don't believe so. I think CIA is far too practical to do anything that requires scouting people from a young age. I think what more realistically happened is that they had a very simple algorithm that they had applied to every government website so that when people of a certain profile applied to a job on a government website, then they'd get a flash on their screen, just like I did, that said, hey, we appreciate your application. We'd like to have a different recruiter contact you for a different opportunity.
What were you applying for on that government website when that pop-up came up?
Yeah, I was applying for the Peace Corps. I was trying to get into the U.S. Peace Corps because after spending 2 years underground waiting to launch nuclear missiles, I thought that it'd be great to get out of the Air Force and go do the exact opposite. Kind of like if you've ever had a really bad breakup, you go looking for the exact opposite of the person you just broke up with. That's how I felt.
And the Peace Corps does sort of humanitarian work around the world.
Exactly right. I mean, I was looking to teach children English in Africa or save orphans or do microfinance or build huts. Like, I was looking to do something that built the world up instead of just waiting to tear the world down.
You get this pop-up as you're applying and it says, another recruiter wants to speak to you or something. What's to that effect? What happens then?
So that's when being a 27-year-old single guy kicks in. And you think to yourself, there might be something better. So once you think to yourself, there might be something better, it's really easy to say, yes, like, I'll wait. And that's all the screen was asking me to do, is just pause my application for 72 hours. So it's easy to click yes, and then you fall out of that website, and you're just on hold for 72 hours. Either a better opportunity is going to happen, and someone's going to call me, or no one's going to call me, and I can come right back and finish my application. But just to say no means to miss the opportunity. And that wasn't me.
And then within 72 hours, you get a call, presumably?
Within 24 hours, I got a call. Yeah, I got a call from an unlisted number. It just said 703. And there was a woman on the other end of the line. She gave me a first name, but I don't remember what her first name was. And she basically, confirmed who I was and confirmed that I was applying to the Peace Corps, asked me if I'd be open for other government opportunities. And then she said that there might be opportunities in the national security sector that I'd be interested in, and she'd like to send me an airline ticket and a hotel reservation and a rental car reservation to come up to DC to hear more about the job.
Yeah,
what did you think at that point?
I thought it was a prank call. I thought that the call wasn't real. I thought that the call was, maybe it was some kind of gimmick, or maybe it was something else, or just didn't sound real. Especially not when she said she was gonna send me a paper airline ticket and she was gonna send me all this stuff in the mail overnight FedEx. But then it showed up. And then when it showed up, again, that 27-year-old single male kicked in, and I was like, well, now I have a ticket. Let's see where the ticket goes. And let's go to the reservation counter at the rental car desk. And is this a real rental car reservation? It's a real reservation. Is there a real hotel? And then you just kind of follow the breadcrumbs.
The rental car reservation's real. The airline ticket's real. You fly out there. You land. Mm-hmm. What happens next?
You get another phone call that says, hey, did you get in safe? And then they tell you the address for where you're supposed to show up the next day. And then you go, it's a nondescript building, and you walk in, and for me, I walked in, there were 10 or so other people in the waiting room. None of us really knew what we were there for. We all knew that we were there for something related to a government job. Everybody's dressed essentially the same way, and you find out that this person's in finance and that lady came from social work and whatever else it might be, and then eventually somebody comes out and calls you into a room, and then you go through what we call the first round of interviews, and it's just kind of like a fit to see what you're interested in, what you're not interested in, etc. I mean, it was at the end of that first interview that the lady said to me that I might be a good fit for the National Clandestine Service at CIA, which I didn't know what that was at the time. And then she basically broke it down, and she was just like you and I did at the beginning of this conversation. She was like, essentially, we want you to be a field officer, or what you might know from the movies as a spy. And of course, for me, my 7-year-old self was like, I'm gonna be a what? Like, you want me to be a spy? You want me to like drive fancy cars and wear tuxedos and always have a beautiful woman on my side? Like, sign me up for that. Starving children in Africa can wait. I want to do that. But then, of course, comes the byline afterwards where she's like, you can't tell anybody that this is what you're now applying for. We're going to move you on to the second phase of interviews. We need you to, go back to your hotel and go back to Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana and live your normal life. And if anybody asks you why you're out here, just tell them that you came out here applying for a government position and you don't know whether or not you're going to get it. And in the meantime, we'll be in touch.
And then they get in touch again.
And then you go through multiple more rounds of interviews. So they fly you usually back to the DC area, and then the interviews just get kind of more intense. You go from a fit interview to a kind of like a test, like a interview that's more of like a test with somebody else. They ask you scenario-based questions. They give you puzzles. They ask you some light psychological stuff.
When you got that letter in the post saying that you've been offered a role, how did you feel?
Great.
Yeah?
I felt like I had done everything right. I felt like, there was a part of me that says, and I still kind of follow this mantra, like, who gets to do this? So that felt amazing. And then there was a ton, to use your word, ton of validation. Like, now I get it. Now I know why I went to a college I didn't like. Now I know why I put up with a stepdad and listened to my mom. And I don't need love, and you don't need support. You don't need a family that cares about you as a person. All you need is to check the fucking boxes, because this is where you get to go when you check the boxes. And now that I've checked all the boxes, I'm free. So it doesn't really work that way, because when you're hired because you check boxes, the boxes just change, but you still have to check the boxes.
And at that point, it goes from interview to, I guess, training.
Correct.
During that whole interview process, you're not allowed to tell anyone, I'm guessing.
Right.
Even your family?
Nope.
So what do you tell your family that you've been up to during that period?
So this is what's nice about their recruitment process. Remember, I told you earlier that I accepted as a child that there are times that you have to lie, and there are secrets that you have to keep. This was just a secret I had to keep and a lie that I had to tell. So I told my family that I was looking at getting out of the Air Force. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. Maybe I'd go work for the government. And I was going to DC to do some government interviews. I was never close to my family. From the time I left for the Air Force Academy at 18, I went home maybe once a year. Every time I tried to go home, it was always a kerfluffle because my parents didn't want to buy the airline ticket because it was expensive, and I didn't have money to buy an airline ticket, so I had to ask them. And it was the same song and dance every Christmas holiday, right? Like, I'd like to come home. I don't have any money. Well, we don't have any money either. Maybe you shouldn't come home. So it was really easy to be 27 years old. Almost 10 years after that, I'm not really close to my family. So I tell them as little as possible. I had a girlfriend at the time. She was a great girlfriend, but she wasn't as great as being a CIA officer was going to be, right? I had friends at the time, but they weren't as cool as being a CIA officer would be, right? So it was really easy to just start cutting off the branches of my social tree because I was going to go do something awesome. I didn't need anybody else.
Did the CIA tell you to disconnect from these people at all?
They told you that you would have to eventually, and they explain how you're going to go into covert service. If you're going to go into clandestine service, you can't take a whole Rolodex of people with you. So one of the things that they asked during our psychological evaluation was, how much do you need close relationships and close peers, and how do you feel about severing ties with what we sometimes call like secondary or tertiary relationships, friends, college friends. Like a primary relationship is your spouse, a secondary relationship is all your close friends, a tertiary relationship is somebody who you work with. So like, how do you feel about cutting off all those not so important relationships? And for me, it was easy, right? I was like, let's go. I'm going to to go do something amazing. I don't need college friends to go do something amazing.
Do you think your appearance and ethnicity factored into the CIA's decision to recruit you?
Absolutely. In 2007, so just to take everybody back, 2007 was 6 years after 9/11. It was 3 years after the CIA 9/11 Commission, or the U.S. government 9/11 Commission came out, which basically said that everything CIA had been doing up to 2001 was wrong. They were focused in a Cold War era. They were not focused on terrorism. They were focused on Ivy League Caucasian graduates as being the next generation of CIA officer instead of diversifying for a diversified world. So without a doubt, they were looking for different people. They were looking for young people, colored people, LGBTQ plus, people who could connect with the modern day threat around the world. And then I think on top of being brown and ethnic, I also came with a huge government file because I had been part of the Air Force since I was 18 years old. So they knew everything about my health, everything about my mental health, everything about my academic, athletic performance in college. They knew everything about me. And I think that's part of why my onboarding process took about 9 months, where the typical onboarding process takes about 18 months.
How do they train you to become a CIA agent?
So a lot of the training part is classified still, so I can't talk about it. But there's a school that we go to. It's fairly publicly known, but I can't acknowledge what it is and isn't. And we go there for many months, and we basically were pulled out of everyday life and we're put into a controlled, simulated world. And inside that simulated world, they kind of control what's happening around us. So if you can imagine, almost like going from being taken out of your apartment where you live, and now you're put into a different apartment, but the apartment that you're put into is part of a giant game. And somebody else controls all the game. So they control the news that's on the TV, and they control the cars that are on the road, and they control everything except the weather, basically, so that they can create multiple different types of scenarios where you exercise the skills that they taught you, from driving to first aid response, to lying, living and working under alias identities, all that stuff. So you're put into a very controlled environment for a long period of time where they can test all of your tradecraft that you're taught.
It's very expensive. It must be very expensive for them to train a CIA agent.
Right. That's why they train us in batches. So there's generally 2 to 3 batches a year that go through different types of training. And there's different classifications of officers too, right? So your analysts are different than your technical officers, who are different than your field officers. So what they'll do is they'll batch you into, or at least what they did in 2007, is they would batch you along with your discipline and then send a batch to training, and then everybody goes through the same lectures during the day, just like university, and everybody goes through a series of exercises at different times of the day and different times of the week, but essentially everybody goes through the same curriculum, and everybody has the same grades, and then those grades are all measured against each other, and the bottom performers are cut out, and the top performers get to stay.
That curriculum, what is involved in that curriculum? You mentioned a few things there. Is learning how to kill people involved in the curriculum?
No, that is not involved in the curriculum. Not at the basic training level.
Do they teach you that?
They teach some people that, but they don't teach everybody that. It depends on the discipline that you're part of. If you're a paramilitary officer, you need to learn how to kill. And you need to learn how to kill in different ways. Kill quickly, kill quietly, kill with blunt weapons, clear with bladed weapons, or kill with bladed weapons, kill with projectile weapons. So kill with explosives, de-arm explosives. So it all depends on the caliber, the level of officer that you're kind of put into. So paramilitary, they must learn that. But your standard human intelligence field collector, they need to learn how to live and work without being caught. So if you kill somebody, it's a big deal. You might get caught. So it's much easier to teach that person how to manipulate, how to collect secrets, how to live and operate without ever being detected. Whereas a paramilitary officer doesn't need to learn all that.
They taught you how to lie.
They teach you how to lie.
How do they teach someone how to lie?
It starts with a foundation of making sure that you recruit people who are already liars. And then when you're sitting across from a liar, you can start to understand if they're a good liar or not very quickly. You've probably talked to people who are bad liars.
Yeah, talked everything. Yeah.
So you know when someone's a bad liar. So from that, you can identify people who are good liars. And then when you do find a good liar, You start to teach them what they already naturally do that makes them a good liar. And then you start to teach them how to refine that skill. You start to teach them how bad liars operate and how you. Then taught me what you're seeing is actually the world as it really is. And let's train you to show you and give you a vocabulary to understand what you're seeing. Let's teach you about human psychology so you understand why it works the way that it works. Why everybody sees it and nobody talks about it. Right? So that was my first big aha moment. And then my second big aha moment came when I left CIA and I was unemployed for like 6 months, living in my in-laws' converted garage with a 1-year-old child, wondering how the fuck I did so many things so wrong that I couldn't get a job, even though I was just part of the CIA. And in that time, feeling like just the world's biggest loser, the only skill that I could lean on was what the CIA had taught me to do. So then I lied my way into a Fortune 10 company, and all of a sudden, I wasn't a loser anymore. And once I realized that I could use CIA skills to succeed in business, that was my second big aha. So now, everything I see through a lens of CIA skills in a business world.
Perception versus perspective was one of the other things that I heard you talk about. Was quite a big, I guess, shift in understanding, but something that the regular person doesn't really understand.
Yeah, so the idea of perception and perspective, I have to define them first, right? Perception is what you believe you see. Where you sit is how you perceive the world around you. Perspective is how other people see where you're sitting. So when I think about us right now across the table from each other, my perception is what I see of you. Your perspective is very different than my perception, right? At a minimum, I'm looking at you with a background that's different than when you're looking at me with a background. So the benefit, the advantage that CIA gives its field officers is that it trains us to recognize and distrust our perception. Because perception really only comes from one source, and that is your own 5 senses. You are the source of information for your perception. So for anybody who's ever seen like a little pile of socks in the lower left-hand corner and they thought it was a rat and they jump until they realize it's socks, that is your perception lying to you. Perspective means that you get data objectively from the world around you. So if you're in your room and you see a pile of black in the corner, your perspective tells you, this is your room, there's never been a rat in your room ever before. That pile in the corner is probably something like socks. Your perspective keeps things objective. Perception makes things very subjective or very emotional. So CIA trains us to lean into our perspective, gain perspective, think about things objectively, because if you lean on your perception, you're leaning on emotions, and emotions are very likely wrong.
How can I train myself to lean more on my perspective?
There's 2 really quick things that you can do. The first is immediately distrust your emotions. Know right away when you're feeling emotions. In other words, what I'm saying is don't trust your gut, which is the antithesis of what most people tell you to do. Most people say trust your gut. I'm telling you right now, your gut is more often than not lying to you, because your gut is based in emotion. Your girlfriend's not about to dump you. Your boyfriend isn't cheating on you. You're not about to go bankrupt. Nobody cares about the zit on your nose, right? That is most likely true. There's a small chance that your perception is correct, but when it comes to gambling, are you going to bet on the small chance or the bigger chance? You should always gamble on the bigger chance. The bigger chance you only really understand through perspective. If you have perspective on something, then you have multiple data points on something. So when you feel yourself getting emotional, stop and let your emotion happen for a second, right? I feel nervous. I feel anxious. I feel doubtful. Okay? I probably don't have to. You probably shouldn't. Because whoever's sitting across the table from you, whoever's coming into the room with you, whoever else is on the bus with you, they are all focused on 1,000 different things. And the things that they're focused on most likely don't include you.
It sounds easier said than done.
Correct.
Is that a process of repetitions to train yourself to think like that?
It is. It takes momentum. So what ends up having to happen is that you need to exercise it intentionally at first. And what happens is as you intentionally exercise your perspective over perception, what will start to happen is you will start to see that what you were worried about doesn't happen. And then once you see it not happen, once you see your perspective give you the correct information over your perception, once you see that happen once, then it starts to gain momentum. And then it happens again, and it gains more momentum, and more momentum, and more momentum, until a time comes that you realize it's much easier. But it's a learned skill. You have to learn to think objectively instead of subjectively. Think rationally instead of emotionally. And a big part of what helps you do that is understanding that 90% of the people out there, they're all trapped in their own perception. They're all trapped in thinking emotionally. They don't even know that there's an alternative. Just think about this, man. The conversation we're having right now, the people who are hearing this conversation right now, who have never heard that there's a difference between perception and perspective, are already better equipped than all the other assholes who have never heard this conversation. They're already one step ahead of their competition. They're one step ahead of their spouses, their partners, their bullies. They're one step ahead of everybody because now they can use the words perception and perspective, subjective and objective, emotional and logical and rational. They can use these words to define how they want to think, even if they don't think that way yet. That's the huge advantage to what CIA calls the trained and the untrained. Trained people at least are aware that there's an alternative option. Untrained people aren't even aware that there's an option. The vast majority of people out there are what I call bobbleheads. They don't even know there's an option. They're completely unaware of an alternative solution, an alternative process. So they're trapped in their perception. They're trapped in their emotion. They're trapped in their subjectivity. And that makes it so much easier for people like you and me and everyone listening right now to use rational, objective perspective to get those people to do whatever we want them to do.
You've had a lot of recent success in business, with your company Everyday Spy and other ventures that you've been involved in. What are some of the fundamental skills that you find yourself transferring directly from your CIA experience every day when you're closing business?
At CIA, there's a saying at CIA that I realized is also a saying in business that I didn't realize until afterwards, and it's called kissing a lot of frogs. And it's a salesmanship term outside of CIA, where it means that you have to call a lot of leads, you have to shake a lot of hands, you have to make a lot of pitches before one of them turns into a prince, right? At CIA, we have the same concept, but for a different reason. Because finding a person who is willing to tell you state secrets, willing to risk their life to give away the secrets that they were entrusted with, that's what an actual asset does, right? When CIA sends a field officer to, you name the country, when they recruit an asset from that country, what they are actually recruiting is a foreign national who is a local of that country, who has access to state secrets, who is willing to share those.
Humanity convert eternal reaction to decisions without disagreement and message. And that's how we can always improve experience and confidence to build upon creativity overall confidence and life over confidence to begin to be struggling together and cause individuals face to everyday assumption and verify the basis of their conclusion before acting. Finally, the effective listening requires disciplined evaluation of instinct rather than automated obedience to it. Alright, I've gotten this one. What's the next thing to get? Package them to balance and then how to be originating. Well, now you construct something, define the problem, define the mechanism, explain why this happens, use a tool to fix it. This is where you are good at it. You no longer summarize as you do your engineering. Deep thinking, that's entrepreneur. Oh yeah, let's see. Define a problem. Now you construct something. A system around it. Define a problem. Explain why this mechanism. And build a tool to fix it. That's where you define it. Okay. Define the problem. Simple can help me create a specific concept that solves a real problem for remote workers. Never been like this before, but still, I'll still go through it anyways. Ooh. understand some things. Interesting. Yeah. Ouch. Now let's combine them together now. Number one, we begin definition. Conscious. First, start with Let's hope it shows me the right thing. Whew. Lot of work, lot of work. Please. Oh yeah. Let me start this one. Let me just use the strategic one. Whew. Hmm?
In 30 seconds, ChatGPT just gave me a target audience, their pain points, emotional triggers, concepts, taglines, and even a title for the product. We just went from productivity is popular to a specific sellable product concept without ever needing to be an expert. I'm going to ask ChatGPT now to format this as a product builder prompt. Now this is where everything changes. What used to take weeks now takes minutes. Now I'm going to open ever needing to be an expert. I'm going to ask ChatGPT now to format this as a product builder prompt. Now this is where everything changes. What used to take weeks now takes minutes. Now I'm going to open up an AI tool called andIi. This is my personal favorite, the tool that my students and I use for all of our digital products. Now go into the AI product builder section, as you can see here, and paste in that refined concept from ChatGPT. Now watch what happens. It's creating the entire ebook structure, introduction, chapters, action. We just went from productivity is popular to a specific sellable product concept without ever needing to be an expert. I'm going to ask ChatGPT now to format this as a product builder prompt. Now this is where everything changes. What used to take weeks now takes minutes. Now I'm going to open up an AI tool called andIi. This is my personal favorite, the tool that my students and I use for all of our digital products. Now go into the AI product builder section, as you can see.
Whew.
Used to take weeks now GPT now to format this as a product builder prompt. Now this is where everything changes.
What production? Okay, start a new one. Look at the product information and get the other one. Sorrow feelings. Chapter framework. Each file. Come on. Ah, better to have to do this thing again. Start from here. Let me go down. Whew. Let's see. What the heck? This is not what I was talking about. This is supposed to be a structured, behavior grounded solution for remote tactical effects. Ish. Wait. Chapter 1 Framework. Freelancer. Ale. Where is Ale? Is this the Ale? Ah.
What used to take weeks now takes minutes. Now I'm going to open up an AI tool called andIi. This is my personal favorite, the tool that my students and I use for all of our digital products. Now go into the AI product builder section, as you can see here, and paste in that refined concept from ChatGPT. Now watch what happens. It's creating the entire ebook structure, introduction, chapters, actionable strategies, and worksheets all before your eyes, done for you. This isn't an outline. This is literally the entire product for you. And look at the quality, the specific routines, real strategies, actual value people can implement immediately. In less than 3 minutes, we have a complete value pack PDF ebook ready to sell. Now, I'm going to download this PDF from andIi right now. Could I sell this as is? Absolutely. But let me show you how to package it to make it look even more professional in just a few clicks of a button. Let's go to the free tool, canva.com, and let's add a professional cover, graphic, and format the pages properly. Boom. Just like that, we transform AI content into a product that people will happily pay for. Now, this is where a lot of people get stuck because they start thinking, but how do I actually sell this? Well, this is the breakthrough. Allen.store. I'm going to upload our ebook here, and the platform asks for basic product information, and look at what it creates automatically. The moment I put in the name, I put in a price point, it will now make a professional sales page, a custom checkout system, an email delivery so that when people buy it, they will get the product sent over to them. All the customer support is handled inside, and here's the genius part. This simple ebook becomes the gateway now to a complete funnel system, because this is how the funnel works. The customer will find your content, and they get a freebie resource. Then they get nurtured by that freebie resource, so then they buy this ebook. And we could price the ebook at, let's say, $47. Now, the moment that they buy the ebook, it will then redirect them over to congratulations thank you page. And that thank you page will have a calendar for them to book in a 15-minute call with you. And on that 15-minute call, you answer the questions, you give them value, and you can sell them a $997 product or a $497 product. And that is how you turn one ebook sale into a high-ticket $497, $997 sale. If you're thinking, but Richard, how do I get people to see this product? Now, this is where the content viral feature of andIi becomes absolutely incredible. I'm going to go back to Instagram. Remember how I showed you those videos about productivity that were popping off like crazy made by other creators? Well, I got to find out what's the most viral content out there. So here's an account with thousands of followers making productivity tips. Shout out to him. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy their URL and I'm going to go over to andIi's Instagram search feature. I'm going to paste the URL, I'm going to hit enter, and then I'm going to filter by views. Take a look at this. andIi will now show me their top 20 all-time most performing videos, so I don't have to waste hours scrolling through trying to find the most viral content myself. And here's a game changer. I click write my version. And in 10 seconds or less, andIi will literally write my own version of a complete video script modeling what's already proven to work. So all I have to do is shoot the video, or I can use AI tools to create an AI avatar, actually make the content for me, so I don't even have to record the content myself if I don't want to show my face. And Instagram's algorithm will push this video out to thousands, if not millions of people for free. No ad spend, no huge following needed. And remember, you're not copying, you're doing what I call M&M. You're modeling after what's working, and the top creators all do this. And andIi does all of the heavy lifting. So here's a breakdown of how this actually turns into real money. One ebook sale, $47. 3 sales a day, that's $4,200 monthly. Add one back-end $997 program, and 2 sales of that on a monthly basis is an extra $2,000. That means you just made $6,230 from one product, but it just compounds. It keeps working for you. That ebook keeps selling, and andIi handles everything automatically for you. This is exactly how I built my AI business, over $100,000 a month in pure profit. And my top students now are absolutely crushing. Priscilla went from a stay-at-home mom to over $20,000 in her second month. Lila, a college student, balances with her 9-to-5 job, did over $13,000 from her dorm room in her first 3 months.
Made about $5,300 in the past 2.5 months that I started. I made $900 in like the span of 7 minutes. It was absolutely insane.
The difference between them and everyone else, they had access to this exact AI system. But let me be honest, this isn't a magic button. You still have to put in the work. You still gotta post content, help people, add real value. But what used to take months now takes hours, and what required expertise, now you just use simple AI tools. What needed thousands in ads, it's all done organically now with zero ad spend. The question is, are you going to watch videos about AI replacing jobs, or are you going to use it to protect yourself and build real wealth? I just showed you exactly how to create and sell digital products with AI. You can literally start right now, but if you want to cut shortcuts of years of trial and error and get access to andIi in the complete system and get one-on-one personal guidance and accountability to hit $10,000 a month or more, I want you to click the link below and book a free AI strategy call with me and my team. Because what we'll do on this complimentary session is we'll map out an exact path, show you exactly how to implement everything I just taught you, and if we're the right fit, we can even talk about what it's like to work with us inside the one-on-one mentorship if you qualify. But here's the thing, we only open up spots when we have a few open spaces of capacity. And because you're watching this right now, if that link below is working, we still have a few spots open, but they will not last. So click the button below, book in your free strategy session. The worst case is you just get a free call, and we even give you a 10x AI accelerated workbook for free just for showing up. And best case is you accept it into our one-on-one mentorship. So book your call down below and let's build your AI business together. Because in 6 months, you're either going to wish you started today or you're going to thank yourself that you did. And if you want to know the exact full step-by-step process of how I went from zero to over $100,000 a month in profit from this AI strategy, selling done for you digital products, then tap this video right here and I'll see you on the other side.
I dare you to let me build you.
I manage the customer service team at Wolf and Badger. Before we set up a workflow in Slack, my morning was spent chasing my team, waiting for responses, saying, hey, how can I help you? So I set up a workflow to ask them every morning, do you need any support? By consolidating all of those DMs into one workflow, it saves me a good hour a day. That is valuable time that can be spent enhancing the customer experience, working with the team, and ironing out wider issues.
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other skilled creators on Favour. Or you could grab a top camera, add good lighting to make everything pop. Learn the latest trends, stay updated, videos change fast. Plan your content, be consistent and creative. Know your platforms, adapt your content. Each one's different. Edit like a pro, cut, trim, and polish. Make it shine, but not too shine. It's still user-generated content. Or just find your next creator on Favour.
This one simple process helped me make over $30 million selling simple PDFs in digital products. And now AI quite literally automates 90% of the work. The idea, the product, and even making the content that brings in the customers, all done by AI. And that means you don't need to be some writer, designer, or an experienced technical expert to make this happen. And in the next few minutes, I'm going to show you exactly how the system works, why simple PDFs and digital products are the easiest online business model to start, and how AI removed all the barriers that made people fail. Now, before I break this down, I need to give you some context. Because if you don't understand why I'm saying this, you probably dismiss this like everything else you've seen online, like, oh, I've seen this before. Now, hang with me for just the next 3 minutes and you'll see why this is unlike anything that you've ever seen online before. You see, just a few years ago, my life looked nothing like it does today. I was buried in student debt. I couldn't afford my college student loans. And growing up, I struggled in school. I was always the stupid kid, the one that couldn't live up to the expectations of my parents no matter how hard I tried. And at one point, I was working 12-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week, literally folding burritos for minimum wage. I was not the guy that you look at and think, oh yeah, he's got his life figured out. And then something happened
Okay,
while I was
I can do
that
something.
completely changed
Alright.
how I saw work, money, and the so-called safe path. I was at church talking to a doctor, a medical doctor, and he told me almost proudly at age 42 that he had finally finished paying off his student loans. He was in his
Step by
40s,
step.
still driving a 1998
Whew.
Toyota Camry. And I remember thinking, if this is what happens when you do everything right, you go to a good school, you get a degree, you take on student loans, you work a job for the next 20 years of your life, then something is fundamentally broken. Because that was the dream. That was the safe path. And when I saw his life, I realized it wasn't that safe at all. So I went looking for different directions. And what I pretty soon realized is that most people don't fail because they're lazy or they're incapable or stupid. They fail because they misunderstand why things aren't working. Because this is a mistake that everyone makes. They think failure means that they're not working hard enough, that they're not smart enough, they're not consistent enough, that they don't have what it takes.
That's not true. Most people fail because they choose the wrong vehicle. And I know because I picked all the wrong vehicles. Listen, I tried dropshipping, burned thousands on ads, and also just felt terrible selling cheap plastic products from overseas. I tried trading, I tried crypto, and I bounced from business model to business model, convinced that just the next one, it would finally work. And nothing did. And that's because most of the popular online business models that you see people talk about online are broken in a few specific ways. Take dropshipping. It had its moment a few years ago, if you remember, it was trending. But today, you have to spend thousands on ads just to test the product and find a winner. Your margins are razor thin because your suppliers control the fund. And when something goes wrong, you're dealing with hundreds, if not thousands, of angry customers that never got the product because it got shipped to the wrong spot. Now listen, I'm sure people still make money with this. But the people who do usually build massive teams and operations with tight systems, dozens of employees, and little to no margins. And most people just never get there. They bleed money and stress, and then there's agencies and services. Now listen, these can work. There's low startup costs, I'll give it that. There's decent margins, but they don't scale without complexity. Because every single client that you add on is more work, more people managing you and having high expectations for you. And that's what leads to the problems. In order to keep your service and your margins high, you need more clients. But eventually, you're stuck in this middle where you want to quit your 9 to 5 because you hate your boss, but all of a sudden now you have 5 clients, 10 clients, and by the way, those are your new bosses. So congratulations, you just quit your 9 to 5, and now you've traded your job for 10 jobs. No, you're no longer just doing the work, you're managing expectations, timelines, revisions, clients who want a result yesterday. Then there's Amazon FBA. Amazon is massive. That's why people are drawn to it. People buy on Amazon, so they think, oh, if people can buy on Amazon, then I can sell on Amazon. But what you don't realize is that it requires massive upfront capital, inventory, storage fees, constant rule changes, and one suspension, one policy shift, one issue outside your control, and your business disappears overnight. And then some people hear about traditional affiliate marketing, and they think that that's the answer. Just chasing commissions and promoting links. I think it's better than all the models I just talked about before, but the reality is, this comes with serious friction. You either need a massive audience that takes months or years to build before anything happens, or you go the paid ads route and you spend thousands on ads just to make the numbers work. But let's be honest, most people don't want to become influencers. We don't want to live on camera, and we also just don't want to wait years until we see results. And so after trying and studying all these business models, I realized something very important. The problem was never effort, it wasn't intelligence, and it was not lacking discipline. The problem was scalability without headaches. And so when I broke it down, the best business model had to check these 4 pillars. Number 1, low startup costs. Because I don't know about you, I don't have thousands to burn on ads or buy inventory to store in some warehouse. The second thing, high profit margins. Meaning if I sell something for $100, I want to keep 90% of that. I don't want to keep 10%. Third, minimal complexity. I need to run this as a one-person business without hiring or managing a massive team, and I want to be able to do this from a laptop from anywhere in the world. And the fourth and most important one, I have to be able to automate it and scale it using AI to do the work for me. That way I can work 2 hours a day if I want to and do the things that actually matter, like spending time with my wife and my family and traveling the world. And out of all the business models out there, there's only one that meets these criteria. It's digital products. Now, let me define that clearly. A digital product is anything that is delivered electronically. PDF, a video lesson or course, a monthly membership, coaching, templates, software. They're all digital products. An interesting thing is, there's no inventory. There's no shipping. There's no cost of goods. It's not like a t-shirt, a watch where someone buys and then you gotta wait a week for it to ship. No, it gets delivered to you instantly and digitally. And here's why that matters. With physical products, you might have a 10 or 15% profit margin after all your costs. With digital products, your margins can quite literally exceed 90%. And the thing is, you make it one time, and you can sell it an unlimited amount of times. Now, you might not realize this, but Netflix is a digital product. They create video content one time, and millions of people pay and subscribe monthly, and the cost of adding one new customer is basically zero. So every new subscription that they sell is pure profit. And guess what? They're a $300 billion valuation company because of it. That's a winning business model. But here's the part that most people miss. Everyone thinks, but Richard, I'm not an expert. I'm just a 9-to-5 worker. I'm a parent. I'm a student. Who would buy a digital product, a PDF from me? In fact, what if I told you that you literally did not even have to make the product yourself? You see, this is where everything changed for me. Because when I found out that there are thousands of digital product creators who already have incredible products, proven products that sell, and really high quality ones that get great client results. And many of these products pay 50%, some even 85% commissions just for you to send them customers. I realized that you don't actually need to make a product yourself. You don't handle customer support, and you don't have to handle any type of fulfillment. You just simply connect people with existing solutions that other businesses have already made. That's it. This is what I call AI product arbitrage. It's the same principle behind some of the biggest companies in the world. You see, Uber, they don't own any cars. Airbnb, they don't own millions of homes. And DoorDash definitely doesn't cook food. They just simply arbitrage or facilitate the transactions. And digital products are the highest margin version of this model that's ever existed that's accessible to ordinary people like you and I. Now, this has technically been possible for years, but it used to be so difficult. Because before AI, you had to build websites manually. You had to write website copy, you had to write the website product description, create content from scratch, basically become an actor to actually make content, manage payments, disputes, and deliver the product. And if you didn't want to manage a team of 5 to 10 people, you would basically need to learn all these skills and do it yourself at once. That friction is what stopped most people, and that's why this works so well. So let me show you the exact system, because it is so stupid simple. It comes down to just these 3 simple steps. You ready? Grab a pen and paper, because this is going to blow your mind. Step 1 is finding a done-for-you digital product. Now you have 2 paths here, and both are simpler than most people think. The first option is you promote an existing digital product, because there are free marketplaces online like Allen.store where you can see digital products that already exist in niches like fitness, business, productivity, relationships, and so much more. These products are already built for you. Remember, other businesses made these. And the checkout page is also already built. The fulfillment and customer support is all taken care of. Your job is simply to send traffic, meaning qualified interested customers, to these products. Now, some of these products pay $67 a sale. Some you can see here pay $177 per sale, and some pay over $400 per sale. One sale, real money, without making anything from scratch. And for those of you that do have a digital product idea, you want to serve and help people with your own digital product. The second option is you can totally create your own product, but you can use AI to do 95% of the work for you. Now, with these simple AI tools out there like andIi, you can input in a niche, a problem, and an audience, and the AI will build out the entire product for you. And what used to take weeks or months literally going to build you a done-for-you digital product with AI in less than 20 seconds. So let me put this on the screen. I'm going to type in here in andIi, make me a digital product, a PDF, 7 pages long, that teaches 9-to-5ers how to stay healthy, fit, despite their busy work schedules. And make them also a section that teaches them how to work out, a nutrition section, and also a self-development. It's not done by you. The AI does it. So check this out. I'm literally going to build you a done-for-you digital product with AI in less than 20 seconds. So let me put this on the screen. I'm going to type in here in andIi, make me a digital product, a PDF, 7 pages long, that teaches 9-to-5ers how to stay healthy, fit, despite their busy work schedules. And make them also a section that teaches them how to work out, a nutrition section, and also a self-development section that shows them how they can improve their business or side hustle skills while they're also on the go, because I know a lot of 9-to-5ers have a goal to one day quit their job. Then what I'll do here is I'm going to choose a few settings, like this here. I'm going to say this is an ebook. I'm going to choose to make a 10-page option because I don't need it to be that long. I'm going to hit create. Guys, give it a couple seconds. Now look at this. Boom. In less than a minute, a full-blown PDF is made. And guys, look at the quality of this product. It's got a beautiful cover. It's got epic graphics, 100% made by AI, and a fully detailed boom in them how they can improve their business or something. It's not done by you. The AI does it. So check this out. I'm literally going to build you a done-for-you digital product with AI in less than 20 seconds. So let me put this on the screen. I'm going to type in here in andIi, make me a digital product, a PDF, 7 pages long, that teaches 9-to-5ers how to stay healthy, fit, despite their busy work schedules. And make them also a section that teaches them how to work out, a nutrition section, and also a self-development section that shows them how they can improve their business or side hustle skills while they're also on the go, because I know a lot of 9-to-5ers have a goal to one day quit their job. Then what I'll do here is
Okay. It is like Oh my days. Hmm. Alright, so let's begin to create. So yeah, let's get started.
You love building high-performing websites, but you don't love having to chase clients down for content, coding plugins, or endlessly switching between tools. What if you could work without the grind? With Duda's AI stack, you can. Upload your client brief to generate a personalized website. Then, share that site with your client without
in less than 3 hours. In fact,
Whew.
that's the reason why I actually have this timer turned off. Because if there is one thing what I learned about digital products, then it's the fact that everyone is overcomplicating it. So in this video, I'm going to show you how you can go from zero idea on what product to create, how to create it, and how to sell it, and how actually find customers to make money, to knowing exactly what product you can create, how to create it, how to sell it, and how you can make your first couple of $100s with it. And this video is not going to be theoretical because I'm going to be showing you everything practically step by step. I'm even going to share with you my screen so that you can see exactly what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, so that you can replicate it, even so you're a complete beginner who is just starting out. Now, even before starting, I just want to say that if you're a complete beginner that is just looking for ways on how to make money online, then maybe creating digital products is not the most optimal way for you to start earning online, because you need to spend time with product creation, with learning new skills, and too much tech stuff. For that reason, I actually recommend you to start with affiliate marketing. That's the exact business model that I used to make over $1 million online in profit. And if you want to know exactly how I started, in the first link down below in the description, you can find 5-day live challenge that's going to show you exactly how to get started with affiliate marketing. And now for you, people who actually stay and want to create your digital product, the very first thing that we need to cover is the biggest misconception about digital products. But most people believe that digital product is just some huge amount of information, step-by-step strategy, everything that you know packaged into one single product. And that's entirely wrong. If you are creating a digital product, this product should be solving one very specific problem. For example, let's say you're an Instagram marketing coach. You don't need to create A to Z process on how to start Instagram, how to build it, how to brand it, how to monetize, how to get followers. What also means in this process, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on, each one of these letters is one specific problem, and it may be one digital product. And if you are solving just one problem, then solution doesn't need to be a 20-part video course or 900 pages PDF or any other crazy thing that people are actually creating. See, in the last 4 years, I have invested over $90,000 into different courses, mentorships, masterminds, PDFs, digital guides, whatever. Just name it, I bought it. And if I could imagine a perfect product for any problem that I have, it would be ideally just one sentence or one page PDF or 2-minute video. Because the better the solution, the shorter it can be. And that's exactly how you should be creating digital products. You shouldn't be overthinking it of how long and how many steps you need to put there. It should be just one problem and great, amazing solution. So it could be a 5-page PDF or maybe some walkthrough video, maybe a template or a 3-video mini course. And you can literally create something like that in less than 2 to 3 hours. The very first thing that you will need is going to be idea of this digital product. And by far the easiest way how to find the idea for your mini digital product is just by going to the ChatGPT and asking it, what problems could people in my audience actually have? And in my niche, with our faceless Instagram pages, people are struggling with lack of content ideas, zero knowledge on Instagram, growth algorithm, struggling to create viral reels or carousels, no niche clarity, so many different problems. And for each of these problems, you can create a digital product. And in this video, I want to show you everything practically. For that reason, I'm going to pick the number 3, what is struggling to create viral reels or carousels, but I'm going to turn it a little bit more on how to find viral content ideas, because creating the viral reels is not so hard if you know exactly what to create. So as a next step, I'm going to ask for top 5 names for digital guide product, because I believe the easiest product that you can actually create is a PDF, because for most people it's really difficult to be in front of the camera and maybe talking in front of the camera. They don't have any gear, they have just a phone, and maybe they don't feel 100% comfortable. And even for people which are buying the product, I believe it's easier for them to read the information from digital guide than watching it. For our digital guide product, we have now the names Viral Content Vault, 100 viral content hooks for faceless pages. This is perfect. This is actually another product we can create, viral content hooks. That is another thing. And faceless content goldmine, the viral idea machine, scroll stopping content guide. Now, in terms of these names, I didn't really like them because most of these are about how to create the viral content. I want to create just a simple product on how to create and find the viral content ideas. So here right away, the viral content finder is a perfect one. Discover high performance.
You know, one of my favorite things to do with a client is get on a discovery call with them and then have them describe a pain point, and then Zapier.
Perfect one. Discover high performing content ideas that go viral. Amazing. But also the faceless viral blueprint. Find, reverse engineer, and replicate viral Instagram content ideas in minutes. Absolutely
mind-boggling.
use this prompt where I'm going to tell ChatGPT, remember it's a mini digital guide, so we need just the dense information. And then I'm going to ask him to act as a professional Instagram coach and think about the top 3 strategies on how to find the best viral content ideas, and then to create a structure for a simple 5 to 6 page digital guide. So now let's send it and let's see what we will get. In the meantime, I'm going to grab a coffee. Now here are the top 3 proven strategies to find viral content ideas. The first one is reverse engineer viral posts, the most obvious one. Second one, use AI and spy tools. Not really sure about this one, but it could be something like, hey, we have the viral post and then we can extend it with ChatGPT. That's exactly what I'm doing. Tool. So just to show you one of the ebooks that I'm actually using that you can find also down below in the description, but these are completely for free. I was selling them before, now I'm just giving them away, and this is how it actually looks like. So there is a combination of text, of highlight, and also a lot of different images to to make it easier to read. So if you want to check this exact ebook, it's down below in the description. You can just add there your email and a first name, and then I'm going to send you a free copy of this book into your inbox. But now I want to create something completely different. So as a first step, what I'm going to do, I want to search for minimalist ebook, and this is going to give me 20,000 different Canva templates that I can actually use. And as you can see, these are already looking like the ones that you can find somewhere on the internet or on a social media. So the one that I like the most is this one, the content creator one. So customize this template. And this one looks really high tech. I'm not going to be overcomplicating it that much. I just want to make it easier, more dense in information. So at this moment we have 1 hour and 4 minutes. So let's see what we are going to create. So I'm going to show you just a little bit of edit so you know how it actually works, but I'm not going to be going too deep into the process because that would be another tutorial. So at first I want to get some image that I can be using on the ebook cover, and the easiest way is just to use the ChatGPT. And while this is going to be generating, I just want to play a little bit with this text because this is just going to be generating. I just want to play a little bit with this text because this is just completely different what we want. So I just want to play a little bit with this text because this, and while this is going to can be using on the ebook cover, and the easiest way is just to use the ChatGPT. And while this is going to be generating another tutorial. So at first I want to get some
I'm literally creating, just like creating an image for this ebook. Scarcity. Oh,
image that I can be using on the ebook cover, and the easiest way is just to use the ChatGPT. And while this is going to be generating, I just want to play a little bit with this text because this is just completely different what we want. So I just want to take the name of this, I'll place it in the middle, and I just want to use something like this. Then I want to go back and I want to take the second line and just like place it here, and I'm going to create something like this. But what I need as a next thing is going to be color scheme, so I know what colors I can be actually using. So this is white, charcoal, black, and dark gray, and I'm going to probably use this one because this one sounds a little bit better. So now what happened, I wasn't getting any good results in terms of creating the image for our ebook cover. So I just went to another ChatGPT and I asked it, just give it some broad idea and ask for creating the prompt for me. And now this is what we are going to get out of it. Let's see how it's going to be creating another ChatGPT, and I ask it, just give it some broad idea. idea and asked for creating the prompt for me. And now this is what we are going to get out of it. Let's see how it's going to look like. And now what we actually got out of this is this one. Okay, this looks 100 times better than what we got before here. So it's really, really about
Wow. When you are creating a digital product, it's really something. Hmm. the process. Mhm. Okay.
the prompt. So now I'm just going to download this. This is perfect. Okay. And I'm just going to upload it here. It is going to be our image at the top. And maybe I'm going to.
At Fiverr Pro, we don't promise perfect freelancers. But if you're looking for a digital marketer, know that every freelancer goes through a rigorous vetting process.
To upload it here. It is going to be our image at the top, and maybe I'm going to actually change colors which are going to fit more the feeling of this. So I like the colors which are on this image, so I just asked ChatGPT to create for me new color scheme which are going to be from this one, and that's the one that we are going to use to edit the actual ebook.
Okay.
Okay, so I also edit the subheadline, then I edit. bit of pictures that I got saved somewhere on a Canva, which are showing the faceless content, which are actually getting millions of views. These are actually all from my clients. And now when I have the very first page, then we can go into the actual page where I can create, if I want to, maybe table of contents like is right here, what could be actually page where I can create, if I want to, maybe table of contents like is right here, what could be actually a good idea, but I'm not going to be overthinking it. It's going to be extremely quick. And then we just want to create a structure where we are just going to copy and paste the entire ebook. So 1 hour 24 minutes, we have also created table of contents where it's going to be everything explained step.
Okay. Trust the process. I am ready. If we cannot finish it, we give to princess.
Okay.
And if we can finish, if princess can't finish it, give to baby.
One thing David don't want to finish.
Give to mommy.
Maybe put it in the fridge.
George decided to do something.
Are you open to this like this one?
Like this.
something. Okay, freelancers. The freelancers, very volatility, core problem. Freelancers with variable income experience recurring financial volatility during income dips or anticipated client churn. They make high-stake decisions under stress. This decision often prioritize immediate relief over long-term stability. This chapter addresses how emotional activation distorts financial judgment during volatility. Okay, this one is okay. You see, hey everyone, and we have to do my to close the session very early. There's a reason why. Because I'm building something, so I have to do it. That was why you noticed how I didn't really talk much in the first video. Like in this one I'm talking about. I'm talking about the video that I did here. I didn't talk much. I didn't even do much of this. I didn't do much. So I was like, just focus on these things that I'm doing. So I have to actually be focused on this. It's gonna take time for me to build it, but I will build it anyways. So it was nice being with you guys. I love you guys. You guys are the best. I'm the best too. I can do this. I know I can. So yeah, I thank God. Thank God. So I'm just going to just focus on this thing now I'm doing now. So I wish you all the best. Bye. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. See you in the next episode. Wow.